So, Andrew, what's the most embarrassing thing that's ever happened to you?
Are we
Why don't you
talking,
tell us first, Aaron?
are we talking
and
in
then
the last 6 months or lifetime?
And we are live.
I'll do roll call in a minute.
So, Councillor Zadok, are you on the line by any chance? Councillor Zadok?
Okay, good afternoon and welcome back. I'll roll call now before we resume on the coronation item. Councillor Essinger,
Present.
good afternoon. Councillor Hamilton is on her way back. Councillor Henderson,
I am here.
welcome. Councillor Knack,
good afternoon.
hello. Councillor McKean,
Present.
good day. Councillor Nickel,
Good afternoon.
welcome back. Councillor Paquette,
Present.
welcome. Councillor Walters,
I'm here, Mr. Mac.
super. Councillor Banga,
Yep.
thank you. Councillor Cartmel, Councillor Cartmel, I'll come back to him in a minute. Councillor Katarina,
Yes.
welcome. Councillor Zadok,
I'm here, thank you.
thank you. And Councillor Hamilton's joined us. Councillor Cartmel, can you hear us? Okay, well, hopefully he'll be able to join us, but we have enough to resume and then some. So we were on the coronation item where we left off, and I think Councillor Esslinger was up for a second round, but I don't have the list in front of me. Pardon me? She was next on the list? Okay. Yeah, I do need a motion for
I'll
a
move
second
for a
round,
second
strictly
round.
speaking. Thank you, Councillor Henderson.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Knack. Is there any objection to a second round? Then by unanimous consent, on the second round, go ahead, Councillor Essinger.
Thank you. And many of my colleagues have asked some of my other questions, but I just wanted to understand more clearly, first from the partners, maybe Mr. Embury, were you able to talk to the community recently about this project?
Dave Embry here. Yes, Councillor, we are in continuous discussion and passing on information to the community and the community representative. So they are, I'll call it current with all activities. And frankly, we consider them the third partner in this project. So we're vested with them in all that has gone on. And we have done that for the last 6 years.
In my conversations with the community, they saw going forward the only option to include the additional scenario 2 programming. Was that your sense from the community? Because that's what I've heard.
Very much so. And we've worked with them diligently to have them understand all the parts and components and what the benefits are to the community with respect to us as their partners in this project. And so we've always said to them, we have to ensure that your portions of this matter. And so everything from the child minding to the fitness to all of the conversations that we have on programming of the facility, which includes the running track and the cycling track to ensure that the kids in the neighborhoods can participate. And so this has been an integrated approach since we began the project.
Thank you. And my next question for you would be, if we had gone to the scenario 1, which I don't think the community supports either, would you continue to fundraise, or would you say we're out, or what would be where you're at? Sorry, it's very blunt.
Well, I'd say we have to change our tact. We have an existing facility that is no longer meeting any kind of standard. It is well past its usable life, based on a study by the infrastructure department and by our own team. That existing track would now, if we moved away from this project, we would be onto that one, and we would have to figure out our fundraising campaign for that, which, folks, is well into the 20 million to make it viable.
Okay.
So we would have to change tact.
All right. I just wanted to make sure I was clear about that. So to the administration, scenario 1 doesn't seem like a viable option, but as we go to next steps, you're not doing anything about that except leaving it as a possible discussion for budget, or are you investing any dollars in that?
That's correct. We're not advancing any work relative to scenario 1 at this point.
So if we receive this for information, all that goes forward is to the budget discussion will be whether we want to do 1, 2, or a third option.
Correct. At that point, council with administration will have the ability to make an informed decision with all things in front of us, not one decision in isolation around coronation, but taking into account all the other priorities and the available funding and the decisions around that.
Now, and you will have those possible design reductions at that time, so we have a real picture to discuss?
Yeah, it's our intent to come to council with a more informed estimate. Right now we're projecting 46. Our hope and our collected efforts are really around trying to lower that number as much as possible leading into that discussion.
As well, if there's any financial options you will that you have discovered along your journey, you'll present those through other, whatever they come up with. Because I think this was also put forward on some list for shovel-ready projects, but we've heard nothing. Is that correct?
At this point, we would continue to explore creative financing or alternative delivery structures, anything that would allow the project to still continue. And if we had information about that, we would bring that forward at that time as well.
Well, I think it's important that we do. Mr. Mayor, at the appropriate time, I'm happy to receive this for information and speak to it.
Okay, why don't you put that motion on the floor? We'll continue to see if there are any further questions.
Well, I'll move that.
Sure. Seconder? Councillor Henderson?
I'll second.
Okay, thank you. I'll just dispense with questions here first. Councillor McKean?
I don't actually know why I'm on there, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, okay.
Did no questions in the first round.
Okay. Maybe I'll go now then quickly. Just Councillor Henderson.
Yep.
The, do we have a sense of what the, I mean, there's a variety of additional program pieces that we've introduced through the public engagement, the childcare, for example, and the size of the community fitness center, which I think are obviously important from a broader community perspective. What portion of the scope difference between scenario 1 and scenario 2 is that public and stakeholder needs assessment driven, and what's the spectator piece in terms of orders of magnitude? Do you have a sense of that? Because that seems like a lot of square footage, and on the one hand, if we're going to build it, you want to be able to host the events. On the other hand, the events are few and far between, and right now it's hard to imagine. I mean, there'll be a time when there are international sporting events again, but and so we might regret not putting the seating in for the facility to be usable for those events, but what is the incremental cost of the seating component of it that's necessary for the sanctioning? Do we have a ballpark of that?
Yeah, so I just want to be able to clarify that it's not just the seating, there are some other attributes as well, but I think at a high level, we've kind of assembled these two options on the basis of one being able to host competitive events and one
Right.
being more for just recreational training, and so nothing sanctioned in the sense of kind of a UCI event or anything like that. So it's hard to pull the two and extract them explicitly just because of the nature in terms of how the design of the facility was done, with the track being kind of an integral core part of but I think we have tried to in the past back it out, and I think that's what's contributed to some of the earlier estimates around kind of the contributions we were looking for from the federal and provincial government to support aspects of that. So I think earlier we had kind of, it's not an exact projection, but assumed it would be approximately 20%, which when you project that out based on kind of where we're at with 112 million, it's kind of getting close to that. If you add 20%, you're maybe not 46 million, but you're probably 25 million above the 112. So, I'd suggest it's about 20%.
Of the overall, so perhaps half or more of the incremental cost between the two options.
Yeah, that's one way to.
Well, I think the question then back to the community partners is, I think we went into this hoping to be able to host events, and there is some brand and signature value to that, but the sort of table stakes was the ability to train and build a critical mass for high performance athletes. And I guess part of the question would be, can we still do one without the other, or how critical is the ability to host events to the overall kind of athlete and sport development part of the program ambition? And maybe to our triathlon representative first.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think your question is a very good one. The potential of events and event hosting to that top level, that international caliber, I would argue is very important in the sport development model. And that development model, the history of triathlon in the community is a shining example of that. Edmonton has put out more Olympic triathletes than any other city in the country, with 3, and numerous junior level athletes. And all of them will state, going down to Horlac and watching the international competition has been one of the key pieces to their development and that journey for them. And I think looking at this facility, the short-term cost savings would, come at the expense of long-term benefits and opportunities that could be there around international event hosting and that top high-performance caliber.
Dave Embry here, and we mirror what Stephen has said regarding the development of athletes and the many people that we already have on our national team that have come from Edmonton. I would like to just add a bit, though, that, and the team here on these screens wouldn't be knowledgeable about the many details inside what's been going on. We've been working with the design team to allow the facility to be built up for a major event. So we've actually designed it in a manner to suggest that it's all temporary seating, except for approximately 100 seats, and that it could be built up to a Cat 2 and it's temporary move-in. And so there's quite a few of those built into, so quite a few of these opportunities for a major event built into the design now.
But that
And
requires the square footage to be able to accommodate it, and I'm guessing the square footage to be able to do that's part of the cost delta.
square footage is a piece of the puzzle for sure.
Yeah.
And some of it is layered on top. Example, some of the temporary seating is on top of the running track and things like this. But fundamentally, we've been working to try and mitigate things and allow this major event build up through temporary activity.
Well,
and it is a piece of the puzzle.
That's really helpful detail. Thank you both for those answers. I'm out of time, so I'll take the chair back and see if there are any other questions. So today's receipt for information, and we've got to make a decision in the context of budget, ultimately. So anyone wishing to speak to this one before I go to Councillor Essinger to close? Councillor Essinger?
Thank you, and I certainly want to say thank you to administration for bringing this forward and alerting us to the challenges they're faced rather than just waiting for the budget discussion. And my hope is that we'll be able to really sharpen our pencils. We're going to face some very challenging financial discussions, and my hope is as we go forward that you'll work with the partners, work with the design, to see if we can reduce the overall cost. And then hopefully we'll see if we can get creative in some of our funding challenges, because I think the importance of this facility was that it balanced the needs of the community and our partner needs. We're able to have a unique opportunity where our partners are raising funds, where other specialty sports like high diving haven't. This one is committed to work with us on that. So, and I appreciate that. But I think we have to keep moving it forward. This has been public engagement in 2011. This is 2020. We really need to have some conclusion on this. So I'll look forward to those opportunities to discuss it one more time at the budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please vote on receipt of information.
We're good to go, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, and display the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Next up is the bylaw 7.3, bylaw 19407, Community Safety and Wellbeing Task Force recommendations. Thank you for turning these around quickly, subsequent to our hearings in the earlier part of the summer. We'll get the presentation first.
Just
by way of introduction, City Council, Catherine Owen and I, with our staff from our departments and city clerks, have been working on the model for setting up the task force. We also have Jackie Ford, branch manager of social development, online as part of our delegation. I'll pass it over to Catherine for the first part of our presentation this afternoon.
Thank you, Rob, and good afternoon, Council. On July the 6th, Council passed a motion as the first step in ensuring the City of Edmonton builds a more just and fair community safety model, featuring a more holistic approach to community safety. The motion directs administration to return to Council with a bylaw in terms of reference to create a community safety and wellbeing task force and initiate an inclusive co-creation process to develop recommendations for the future of community safety and well-being in Edmonton for recommendations to City Council. The scope of the Community Safety and Wellbeing Task Force is to review trends and change models described under divest and defund, analyze change models for ending poverty and homelessness, recommend short, medium, and long-term actions that have an impact on reducing racism, discrimination, use of force, and consider development of a detailed plan to integrate social services to better serve vulnerable Edmontonians. Since that time, administration has completed a number of steps to get to this point by conducting research into anti-racist best practices and critical examination of the processes and assumptions traditionally used to structure and recruit boards and task forces, by having ongoing conversations with the City Clerk, Anti-Racism Advisory Committee, Edmonton Police Service, and Edmonton Police Commission to understand stakeholder perspectives on this work, and by being intentional about designing a structure and process that will create the conditions for the best and most creative recommendations to inform how Council conducts itself in the future. We anticipate that the recommendations from the task force will be bold, and we understand that some recommendations may be outside of our sphere of control, but not perhaps outside our sphere of influence. What we're asking for your approval on today is the approach, which includes the bylaw, the terms of reference, the member position profile, and an approach to member recruitment and selection. Consistent with Council's interest in addressing racism and discrimination and your desire to do things differently and enact change, we recognize that our traditional ways of addressing this work itself operates within a system that contains inherent biases and barriers to participation. And because of this, we've had to be open to new ways of working. These principles, which are on the slide, and the recommended approach are intended to start to address these barriers and biases. This is a start. There's certainly more work to be done. What we heard clearly at the non-statutory public hearing is this: stop doing things to us, do things with us. And we have been invited to work shoulder to shoulder with the community to problem solve together, which is what the community expects: inclusivity and a relationship-based approach. We've all heard the statement, "Nothing about us without us," and Edmonton has committed to being a relationship-based city that believes fundamentally that when we listen and work together, we make better decisions, we get to better places, we achieve better outcomes. Conditions present at the outset of this process will either facilitate or discourage participation and positive outcomes. In designing the approach to achieve the outcomes that Council is looking for, we considered 3 key areas. First of these is participation. We must be open to a full spectrum of lived experience. We have to remove barriers to participation. This is an opportunity for us to live the values of anti-racism and be inclusionary at the very outset of this work. And the approach to this work must reflect the spirit and content of the public hearings. We also thought about power. We have to structure the processes and interactions that we build in order to balance the power. and we have to ensure a safe space for participants at every juncture. And we also considered history. We have to prioritize ongoing relationships and trust where it has been built in the past. We need to also take ownership of being part of the problem, as was so clearly articulated at the public hearings, and we have to demonstrate our own commitment to being part of the solution.
In recognizing the unique put my mic on and start over again here. In recognizing the unique circumstances of this work, we are proposing a structure and process to set the task force up for success in delivering what Council asked for in the motions that you passed in July. The task force will need to do its work based on both data and relationships. Data, information, knowledge, and wisdom are needed to collaboratively find solutions. Compensation. The time, knowledge, and wisdom of our community members is valuable. Community members, it's proposed, will be compensated at the same rate as the Edmonton Police Commission members. Scope. As recommendations are contemplated, so too will be what's required for implementation. This will enable actions to follow once the recommendations are addressed by City Council. The Chair. The Chair will need to have strong leadership and consensus-building skills to ensure everyone is heard and the contributions are equitable. I'll speak more to this in a moment on the next slide. Recruitment. A third party will recruit, interview, and recommend community members for council approval. And finally, resources. The task force will be provided with the support they need from both City Administration and Edmonton Police Services to complete their work in whatever way they determine best. Task Force Chair. As I mentioned, the success of the task force rests to a significant degree on the ability of the Chair to lead a team with diverse perspectives and experiences to create recommendations that will achieve better outcomes for Edmontonians. The Chair needs to have experience with racism and discrimination, knowledge of our traditional structures, and an ability to approach this challenge holistically. Possibly most important, the Chair must have an ability to relate to people from all backgrounds and ensure all voices are heard, to truly be able to listen, learn, and lead. So part 2 of the bylaw, you'll see in the attachment, defines the proposed membership of the task force. 1 member to serve as chair, 10 community members at large, up to 2 Edmonton Police Service members appointed by the police chief, 1 Edmonton Police Commission member appointed by the commission, and up to 2 City of Edmonton administration members appointed by the city manager. Knowledge is as valuable as credentials. The opportunity to participate in shaping the future of community safety and well-being in Edmonton should not be limited to just those with a comprehensive resume. Designing better services requires the perspectives of people who use and experience those services and have knowledge of what's working well and what is not. As Catherine indicated, people with lived experience need to have a voice on the task force. Providers of service are also critical participants. They will contribute ideas for change and in the future work towards implementing changes in their organizations. The task force members may have formal credentials, knowledge, and wisdom gained through first-hand experience, or both. And to our final slide, in the interest of moving forward on this work quickly and ensuring the task force has as much time as possible to formulate their recommendations, we're proposing a short timeline for populating the task force. Recruitment and interviewing of task force members by a third party rather than through Community and Public Services Committee of Council. Recommendation of task force members would then go directly to Council for approval, and appointment of the chair by City Council. The use of a third party also provides an additional level of independence of the task force from existing administrative and council structures and processes. we plan to bring back proposed names to council in October, as shown on the slide. So that concludes our presentation, and we can go to questions of council.
Councillor Henderson had selected this, so I'll start with him and we'll activate the speakers list. Go ahead, Councillor.
Two questions. One is about scope of what we're asking them to do. Because, I mean, I understand, you know, the social service side, the well-being side, I think is well spoken to in this. But one of the things, and I just wanted to do a double check on this because I don't see it explicit in here, I think, was a chance for this task force to look at the whole question of policing and what we expect from policing in our city in a complete picture. And not just the social service support side of things, not just the anti-racism side of things, but to really, I think, ask some fundamental questions about what we expect of our police in the larger picture. Because I think this is the only opportunity we will ever have to ask some of those fundamental questions. If we really want to look at the kind of bold change you're talking about, it all has to be in play. And I'm not sure that's entirely captured in the way we've worded this right now. So if that's the expectation, I'm okay with it. I don't know how you word that. But I want to just do a double check back on that to make sure that we're not just looking about how we provide services around racism, services around social service and those things. So we're actually looking fundamentally at what the expectation is of policing in our city.
That is the scope very much. Okay. That's in scope. The starting point, Councillor, will be obviously the motions that were passed in July. Yep. That very much would lead the task force down that exact path. So yes, it's very much, you know, and we'll certainly encourage all of the task force to, you know, reflect on and listen to the public hearings. Some of them may have heard them and listened to them then, but that certainly is a starting point, yes.
Okay, because I don't know how to word it better, but I wanted to ask that question out loud and make sure we're not sitting here later on saying to them, oh no, that's out of scope. If we really start looking at some of these essential questions, because I think it was very telling. I asked a lot of people what we thought we needed the police for, and no one was really able to answer that question for me, which doesn't mean that we don't need them for something. But I really think there's a fundamental question that we have a chance to ask right now, and I just want to make sure that is what you imagine as being part of this.
Yes, and we'll make it explicit in the recruitment.
Okay. And that's my second question, is about the recruitment. And understanding that going to, it becomes really, the way it's set up right now, it becomes, and I'm torn on this. I understand why you're suggesting third party, and in some ways we've just been through this, the process that you're talking about with our new innovation group. I'm a little bit nervous, however, that we don't, that we're not being brought a short list at council, so that council has some ability to actually go through perhaps a more active process in that final stage. Because it's such a pivotal, this is, getting the right people on this is going to be so pivotally important. And I'm just wondering what your thinking is on this. I know I don't imagine it would add it will add time for us, but I don't know if it would add time in the long term. But if we're really getting a recommendation, which is really a definitive list without any ability to move, that seems to me, I don't know. I understand there are some advantages and disadvantages. I just wouldn't mind your thinking on that.
Councillor, we haven't gotten to that level of detail. We haven't even got the firm on board yet. We've talked with our colleagues in employee services as to how that can play out, and they've done a lot of work over the last couple of weeks to determine how a third party can lead this work. But we can bring that back. I think what I'm hearing is don't limit ourselves to just 10 names coming back to council.
I wouldn't mind hearing from my colleagues on that. My gut feeling is we have to be able to take some responsibility for the people we put on this, and that means we have to have a choice presented to us and not a definitive list. That's my gut feeling about it, but I wouldn't mind hearing others thinking on that. It's not going to be it's going to be a very tricky process, and it will make or break what happens next.
The other quick point I'll mention, Councillor, is we hope to work internally and then bring something back to council for the chair and do that well before the balance of the members are selected, and have that individual sort of be part of the work to get the other individuals appointed, basically. And time is very, very limited here.
I get it. And I asked the question, I'm asking this almost as much of my colleagues as you guys about that process, which I think is going to be absolutely central. Thanks. Those are my two questions.
Just, Councillor Henderson, you touched on the other recent recruitment. The list was longer than what we had recommended. And I'm pretty sure that's likely what we're going to be doing with this one as well. So I think council has to answer that question.
I agree. I'm almost asking that up here more than I'm asking of you guys, because I have mixed feelings about it, but I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McKeon is next.
For the record, I tend to agree that having some sort of longer list that council could look at would give me some comfort. And I'm hoping, Mr. Smythe, Ms. Owen, that diversity will also include diversity of age. I think young people are affected tremendously by these issues of social safety and policing. So youth would be great to see. One of the questions I have is whether or not anyone from the Anti-Racism Advisory Committee, do you think it would be wise to have one of them represented on the task force as well, either as ex officio or in fact as a member of the task force?
We had a conversation with the chair of that committee just last week, and she was very clear that she was eager to be an ally of whoever the chair is of this task force. So we're imagining a close working relationship between those two entities.
Fair enough.
Councillor McKeon, Ms. Giesbrecht has a comment on this item.
Thank you. Just based on your own policy C575, council should only be appointing members of the public to one civic agency, although you can set exemptions to your own policies, but just wanted to bring that to your awareness.
Sounds like it's already been dealt with, but thank you, Ms. Giesbrecht. There is a provincial association of restorative justice practitioners. I'm just dropping that into your thoughts. Restorative justice came up a lot during our public hearings, and I think it's a fascinating way to do a form of justice that is much more just, if you will. I'll just drop that in. And the other one I wanted to drop in is Recover has done a lot of work, a deep dive with this ethnographic research with, I don't know the exact number of people that are marginalized, but we've already got some background work that I would hope Mr. Smythe, Ms. Owen would have maybe a reading list for the task force members. But I remember one of the most remarkable things out of that was for Indigenous people that are homeless, a home was number 4 on their list of priorities. Number 1 was respect. So there's some fascinating information that we've already dug up, and I know Norquest also has done a report on a fairly deep ethnographic study they did on homeless people in Edmonton. So again, there might be some opportunity to have some background information already ready for the task force members to read. Question. I think that it struck me in the last, more so in the last month perhaps or so, that conflict is created all over the civic realm because of poverty, homelessness, and in particular addiction. And do you think looking at safe supply or harm reduction as possible ways to create a more fair and just people who are struggling out there on the street, and therefore removing them from the responsibility we've given the burden to police to deal with responsibilities around addiction, mental health, that would be within the bailiwick of this task force?
I don't think we can presume the kind of wisdom that might come out of this task force. Our plan is to have such a comprehensive, such a wide range of diverse viewpoints that everything will be on the table. And
Ms. Owen, I guess what I want to hear is that even things that seem a bit radical, perhaps, to the general public could be part of the recommendations we get back. That administration won't be editing out those sorts of discussions for the task force.
there will be no plan to edit the task force's recommendations or mute them in any way.
And just further to that, Councillor, I mean, our vision of this is that the task force will report directly to council. I mean, we'll support the task force in terms of research or administrative kinds of work, but that their work will go directly to council and basically not through the administration.
Thank you very much. I'm out of time.
Thank you, Councillor Nicol.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So how is this different than our anti-racism racism advisory committee?
Councillor, the committee that's been set up, a good portion of their work is really to provide small micro grants, if you will, to community organizations to deal with issues around racism. And they will provide a little bit of advice to council. The role of the task force is very short term, much more strategic perspective on the issues facing our city. And they will submit recommendations to council in March, and then they'll fold basically their operation. So one is very ongoing.
Mr. Smythe, my question is why then wouldn't we be enabling them for a longer term approach instead of something so short term? This seems like a duplication to me.
I believe, Councillor, when a lot of this was initiated through the public hearing, the Edmonton Police Service was a fairly significant focus of the work of the task force. The work of the ongoing committee that was established last year is very much community-based issues and opportunities. There was very little perspective of the role of the group that was set up to have any kind of commentary on the role and function of our Edmonton Police Service.
So that was not part of the anti-racism advisory committee? Why wouldn't I be giving it to them is my question. Why do I need a new task force when I've got these people here already?
I think the answer to that, Councillor Nicol, is that we were charged with establishing a task force to look broadly at community safety and not exclusively at racism.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And again, thank you for the presentation and putting this all together in such a short amount of time. A few questions. First, I would just echo what Councillor Henderson said. I do tend to agree with what he presented, although interested in other perspectives, but I think that would be wise. So first question relates to I think section 4, and again, I think it's goes without saying, but I just want to make sure it does because it's not written in there. When we're talking about recommendations, that includes funding recommendations. That was part of what I think the motion intended, but it doesn't specifically note funding as far as I can see. So is that correct? That they'll be looking at how to properly distribute funding to achieve whatever outcomes they will present in their recommendations.
Yes, yeah, the full gamut, funding recommendations and program or service recommendations. And we'll clarify that with the task force as they begin doing their work.
Okay. Yeah. Again, it wasn't explicitly written in it, so I wanted to ask it out loud. I assumed that was going to be the case. Likewise, some feedback I heard from members of the public when this was coming out was, I think we've noted in, I think it's section, that's 5B, I believe, that to explore community-based issues and concerns. What I'm curious about is, do we see the likelihood of them accepting written proposals from or written submissions from public groups and organizations for their consideration as they're developing recommendations?
Councillor, I don't want to put words in the task force who haven't even been appointed yet.
Sure.
But fundamentally, it'll be the chair and the task force's call as to how they garner and collect information. I mean, that would make perfect sense, but I don't want to presuppose what their thinking is.
That's a fair point. I appreciate that. So in your presentation, and there was this line related to acknowledging existing power dynamics to ensure participants feel safe. And the other question I have just relates to the makeup of the membership. And I'm curious if you went back, and I've gone back and forth on this because originally this is sort of how I envisioned it. At the same time, I had some feedback from folks, including one former member of the commission who had suggested that we at least think about making it solely committee-based, solely public-based, and making sure that police and the commission are active stakeholders and involved, but aren't necessarily made up of the core group that are going to be drafting the recommendations. And I'm just curious if you thought about that, if you considered the two different options in that to see, and ultimately you came to this recommendation, but wouldn't mind exploring it.
Councillor, we certainly looked at that, the pros and cons, and it's not a exact perfect science. We did talk to the police chief on 3 or 4 different occasions, and talked it through in terms of what might work and what are some downsides potentially. And this is what we came up with at the end of the day. Certainly if you will, not that they're going to vote necessarily, but certainly the majority of individuals are community people. So there's only a few numbers from the administration, from both the city and the service. So this was what we landed on, basically.
Okay. Well, and that's maybe the piece, and this isn't just about police or the commission, it's even about the 2 city of Edmonton reps. So I'm curious around, and again, it's probably too early to discuss at this point because we haven't even formed the group, but how they'll ultimately come to those recommendations, and if there's going to be an expectation that everyone agrees, or if there's going to be an expectation that everyone has an opportunity to provide feedback, but a majority or consensus of a certain number of people may ultimately feel differently. And I don't know how we best address that in the current structure, and how we make sure that if there is disagreement, let's even just take it from the city of Edmonton perspective. Let's say for some reason we disagree with the final set of recommendations, or what would potentially be the final set of recommendations. How do we balance that if we feel that it might be detrimental to the city of Edmonton, but the rest of the parties feel it's the right thing to do? How are they going to be able to provide that? Have we thought about what that would look like if there is a group or an individual that doesn't agree with the majority?
So there's a couple of questions embedded in there, Councillor, and I think the answer to the first one is we don't know yet what decision-making model the task force may choose to use. And this is another place where the skill of the chair will come into play significantly. This is not somebody who can just run a meeting that we're seeking, but someone who can build consensus and find a way to knit together diverse points of view. And your second question about what would happen should there be recommendations coming directly to you, to which the administration sees some challenges. I think it would be our responsibility to analyze the recommendations and give you pros and cons at that time and outline for you where the shortcomings or the challenges may be.
That's great. I'm out of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Etzinger's next.
Thank you. And I do have a couple of questions. One, we have a very short time frame. I think we want all the recommendations by March. And it may take a lot of work on behalf of the committee. are we worried at all whether the time commitment to this committee will eliminate some really great candidates?
Yeah, fair point, Councillor. That's going to be a challenge. I mean, if you want some community leaders to step up, their calendars are probably fairly full. But we believe the challenges and the importance of the task force is very, very high. So we expect that there'll be a fair bit of interest in the community to do the heavy lifting over the next 6 months or 7 months, or 6 months, I guess. So, we'll go down this path and see how it plays out, because you're right, these people are busy, but this is an important body of work.
And often they say you want something done, ask a busy person, but I guess I don't want to eliminate some really great folks.
Absolutely.
My other question is, because this is really about doing things differently, how do we see this being that different than any other task force? Because it feels very similar to everything else we've done.
I think one of the features is that direct reporting into City Council. I think that the content of this work, where Edmonton Police Services and City Administration are not exactly tag teaming it, but we both have a lot of relevance to this work. So building those kind of connections between those two organizations is key. And I just think the significance of the challenges that this issue focuses on are very much front of mind for lots of people in our city. So, go ahead, Catherine.
If I might add one other distinguishing feature, I think it's the high proportion of community members on the task force, and the fact that we plan to recruit them from atypical places and spaces.
So that's my next question, because on many of our city committees already, we have some phenomenal city leaders who may want to have had the opportunity, but because they're already on a city committee, they cannot participate. Would we ever envision saying letting them step down from a committee, because this is probably nearer and dearer to their heart?
I wonder if we could ask for support from the city clerk on that question.
Thank you, Councillor Esslinger. If the appointment was made by council and council wanted any particular person to sit on two agency boards and commissions, you yourselves as council can pass exemptions to your own policy. If the appointment was made by the city manager, that's something that the city manager would have to speak to, but I'm sure all options can be explored.
We might ask them to take a leave of absence because this has an end date, but the other thing is I don't want them not to be recruited just because they sit on a committee. That was my worry. Because if the right person, we want the right people at the table.
That's noted. We won't use Councillor Esslinger, the fact that someone's sitting on another committee as a barrier to recruitment.
Let me just, because I think it's a great point, test that with council just informally if there are concerns about that. But I agree with the thrust of what's just been said, and unless anyone has an objection to that, I think that that's a very fair sort of exception to our normal way of doing this, because we may want to very deliberately cross-pollinate some of the existing expertise we have on those on those boards and communities of interest represented there, and folks who would add real value. So I'll just test now if there's any objection to that. Now I've done it. Well, it's.
Okay, I'll just say without context, I object there.
Okay. Okay, then we don't have unanimity on that, so that's worth discussing further. Councillor Esslinger, sorry I ate up a bit of your time there. If you have more questions, go ahead.
Yes, I guess for me, I looked at, for example, we have some dynamic women that may have some strong feelings that we spent a lot of time recruiting into some strong positions. That leads me to my next question, because often now we're using a GBA plus lens in our work, and how will we help this committee use that lens? Do you train them? Do you have people that can support them in that way? How do you envision that?
We'll work with the third-party recruiter to get that approach in the process. And then once they are on board as members of the task force, we can do some orientation with that as well in terms of this is how we work.
Okay, I think because that's some great strength that we're using now to really help inform our work. So those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Banga, I think, is next.
Thank you. A question about composition of this task force. How did we reach at this type of composition? 10 community members, 2 from EPS, on and on.
Councillor, there's no perfect science to setting up a task force. We certainly did some research in terms of what other cities and sort of task forces in different orders of government do. And then we analyze it internally in terms of working with city clerks, working with the police chief again. There's no magic specifically with the numbers. We thought it was a reasonable balance between community and sort of administration, if you will, or agency representatives, and provided a reasonable balance.
Okay, and then listening to most of the folks on our public hearing, and that was one way, and then you go on the street and talk to a general taxpayer, there is another feeling. How do we balance that a general taxpayer is being heard in a short span of time? That's pretty quick.
We're eager for the 10 community members to be made up of a diverse cross-section of viewpoints, and we're hoping that on the task force itself, there will be a representation of numerous points of view. We'll work towards that.
Well, in recruiting those 10 community members, do we know the criteria at this point in time, or it's still got to be established?
Sorry, the criteria, Councillor, is that what you're asking about?
Yep.
We haven't nailed it down specifically. We're working with the third party, or just beginning to, and staff and employee services to look at that broad representation. But certainly the sort of people with lived experience as being, a portion of the task force, and then other people, based on, again, people are not going to represent a specific organization or sector of our community, have that broad lens of all things in our city. So we're working on that, and we'll use that to bring back the recommendations to council.
Okay. Is there an existing task force of such nature anywhere in our country to date?
In our research thus far, nothing that is exactly replicable. So we're taking wisdom from a variety of sources, and I think it's fair to say that this is breakthrough work in Edmonton.
Okay, and my last question is about task force chair, and I missed it. Who is going to be, I guess, selecting that person? Is it the third party?
Councillor, we're working on that internally in administration, and our plan is to, as soon as we have a recommendation, we bring that back to council well before the task force report. Members of the task force would come back to council We're hoping in the next couple of weeks, but that's to be determined.
Okay, and yeah, that's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton, go ahead.
I don't want to be a stick in the mud here, but I was the one who objected to just sort of unanimously saying that people who sit on other agencies or advisory committees could apply, only because I just wanted some clarity that if that was the case, they would in fact, your recommendation would be that they suspend their work with other agencies, boards, and commissions. Would that be best practice on this? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, great.
Yes.
Okay.
Just echoing what Ms. Giesbrecht said earlier, I think in the end, council has to be, administration cannot make that decision by themselves, so that has to be a council decision.
But it would maybe be your recommendation that they be focused on this specific.
And my earlier comment responding to Councillor Essinger's question was, I don't think we'd preclude the search from looking for those individuals, whether it would be our recommendation that they're part of it or not, would come down to the balance of the various initiatives that are underway.
And that would be my next question, was to ensure that nobody was given preferential treatment in the application process, that everyone who was sought out or did apply would have to go through the same process.
That's absolutely the case. And given that we are very eager to ensure this is an inclusive process that doesn't preclude people without formal credentials, it's even more important that there be parity in that selection.
Great, thank you. So I just wanted to clarify that, and I would support that. This is important work. The last thing I wanted to clarify, and I think Councillor Knack's question started to come around to this, was with respect to the governance piece. They don't talk about any voting structure or approval structures within the mandate, but was it your intention when drafting this document that the members at large and the chair would have votes, or that city administration would have voting privileges? And I sort of would draw your attention to the model that REACH uses, which is that their members at large and their board do vote, but the advisor, there's a number of people, including from administration, that sit ex officio who do not vote on that board.
Council, the way we envisage it is that the individuals appointed by the service and the commission and the administration are equal members of the task force.
Okay.
There would be additional people, researchers or planners, or that can do some legwork.
Okay.
And they may attend meetings depending on how the chair wants to have the meetings run, but they would be just very much supportive, but the other individuals would be equal members in terms of voting and making motions and so on.
All right, then it could be clarified then that those people, or a reminder really, that they don't comprise a majority. So
that's correct.
Whatever is passed or whatever is put forward would have to sort of be carried by a majority of the members at large.
Correct.
All right. Those are my questions. Thank you very much for clarifying.
Those were my questions as well. So Councillor Paquette is next.
Hello.
Councillor Paquette,
I'm
go ahead.
unexpected that I was next, but here I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, okay, great. Yeah, most of my questions have been asked. One of them, though, I'm not sure if it was, I missed it. But as far as public participation goes in this, a lot of people are going to be very curious and invested in these conversations. And I'm wondering if the idea is that these meetings are open for public viewing.
The clerk is advising that they would be, and that is something certainly that we can discuss with the task force once it's constituted. it's a very interesting thought. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. No. Just for the sake of transparency and clarity, and showing that nothing is being done behind closed doors here. This is by the public for the public, essentially. So, yeah. All right. So that's the clerk's recommendation.
Just according to the MGA, all committees of council conduct their business in public unless there's FOIP exemptions that do apply. This is no different.
Okay. And do we anticipate FOIP conditions in this situation?
I believe because the task force hasn't yet been approved as an entity, there are no members and there's no agenda items. I couldn't answer that at this time.
But as a chair of the council and other council committees, I would suggest there could well be, just to manage expectations around this, aspects of, there's been a lot of conversation about collective agreements, for example, as they impact disciplinary processes and other things, and aspects of that may involve legal advice or human resources discussions that would most appropriately be done in private. So I still think it would be the exception, just as it is for us, but I wouldn't want to leave an unrealistic expectation in the minds of the public that absolutely everything must be discussed, because then certain items couldn't be discussed at all, and people on the task force who may need to be briefed on some of those complexities need an in-camera opportunity to get legal advice and perspective. What they choose to do with it, and they may still make recommendations, that would all ultimately be public, but there would be grounds, just as there are for us, for a small amount of business to be in private if necessary.
Right, and of course, the natural inclination is to err on the side of caution. So I'm just wondering if as we contemplate all of this going forward, that built into those contemplations is perhaps a mechanism to review those things that were in private in a timely fashion, so that what can be revealed to the public from those meetings will be revealed if it is done in camera.
A point taken, Councillor, and it comes to mind that as the task force has one of its very initial meetings, is they will need sort of an orientation in terms of those kinds of issues, and maybe we'll talk to city clerks about a bit of an orientation as to how they can carry out business and what's in the public domain and what might be private, and just how they can do their work.
Okay, yeah. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. I think Councillor McKean is still on or no, is he on the second round? He's on second.
Yeah, I'd be second.
Okay. Then Councillor
second round.
Henderson will move a second round of questions. I'll second that. I'll just double check if there's just test unanimous consent. Not hearing any objection then on the second round. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and sorry to jump on for a second round, but just based off Councillor Hamilton's questions and then responses, I wanted to double check. So if the plan is to give every member sort of equal voting, if you will, if we're going to that, I guess I'm curious why either the city, and actually I'm going to come back to the city as a whole, but let's just take the city and EPS would be given 2 voting positions. What would be the purpose of that versus having 1 voting position and then being able to, of course, tap into expertise and have people attend and participate?
The one comment I would make, Councillor, as we talked to the police chief, I mean, it's certainly not cast in stone, but he indicated that he would likely appoint someone, uniform individual from the service, as well as a civilian who works in his shop. And then from there we thought having a similar number of people from our city administration, basically just to go parallel with where the service wanted to go. Again, there's no specific. We just thought it was the right kind of balance between sort of administration, if you will, and community members.
Mm-hmm. I appreciate the fact that currently the bylaw says up to 2 members. So I'd want us to really think critically about that and to make sure that there's not the view of an unfair power dynamic. Even if that's not the goal, does that risk emerge if you give two voting positions to either? And I'm including the city as a whole. And so the other piece specific to us is I am curious, being that administration will have a unique opportunity, probably in comparison to any other role, why we would need voting positions on it as the city as a whole versus having city staff there participating. And truly, if we disagreed with the recommendation, admin gets to come forward and provide their own written recommendations or written commentaries. So again, I worry about a bit of a power imbalance by saying, well, we're going to put two City of Edmonton folks who would obviously end up voting the same way if the City of Edmonton has a position. So should we take ourselves out of the voting portion and be there as support and then have our own mechanisms separately?
So you're right, the language of up to two City of Edmonton administration members is important. So your perspective is, we will take your perspective into account for sure, but we have a very formal role in community safety at the City of Edmonton, not simply in an advisory capacity, but there's work that we do in this realm, hence the representation.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, I've heard from you that, and so would the chair help decide if we would appoint both the two positions, or if we would appoint just one from those parties?
So Councillor Knack, I think you hit on something where I was gonna go, which is we've identified the need for a very strong chair in this, one that creates an environment of willing to listen to different perspectives, willing to support different perspectives, knowing that there needs to be good dialogue from all sides. The composition based on the members does really lend itself to community. And those would be the way that we ensure that there is a good balance of perspectives being brought forward. And so we feel it's critical to have a really strong chair in this role, and that's the reason for the recommendation and the composition. Again, I can't, I just struggle with the City of Edmonton, who has a role in community safety, not having a place at this table.
Very fair. And that's I don't want to amend this bylaw. I think overall it's like 98% of what I want to see, and so I don't want to fuss about it too much. I really want to raise that flag and suggest there may be value in having the chair help inform if you need two voting members from both EPS and the city, or if that potentially creates an impact to the public members and any view about a power balance and power dynamics. So, but I will trust that process. I wanted to say it out loud, and I guess that was sort of speaking to it. So I'm going to not talk anymore. Thank you.
Councillor McKean.
Thank you. It took me a little while to warm up to this problem, but I remembered back to the way the police commission is structured and the fact that the police senior leadership sits at the same table, on the same side of the table as the police commission members appointed by council. And I always thought that was weird. And frankly, when I first was appointed to commission, remember how difficult it was. I'm hearing something.
We have something like that. Oh, that should be good. I feel pretty good. I think.
Councillor Nicol, I wonder if you might mute your device.
Sorry about that.
It's okay. Councillor McKean, carry on.
Thank you. I hope you'll give me a couple of seconds extra. So anyways,
of course.
My question in the form of an earlier statement was, I think they're actually, Ms. Owen, tell me why you think that administration and the police should have voting membership here, when really the goal of the task force is to give council recommendations about, at least somewhat about, policing and the way social services are done in Edmonton. It would seem to me they might be in a conflict. And it would be a better role for the police and administration and the commission member to be there to answer questions, to give background, to give the research they've done, et cetera, but that they should not, at the end of the day, have voting authority on recommendations.
All kinds of configurations of this task force were contemplated and considered quite carefully. The dominance of the community members on this task force is important. They are in much higher numbers than anyone else, but the shoulder-to-shoulder, side-by-side, co-creating and problem-solving together was also considered to be equally important. We did explore, for example, separate tables of advisors and task force, and this is ultimately where we landed in a shoulder-to-shoulder configuration, which requires, as we've described, a very strong chair.
Yeah, I hear you on that, but I know that some people will be reticent to say anything critical about the police with the police there. Perhaps to be reticent about saying anything critical about administration while administration's there, and has full-fledged membership in the task force. And knowing my experience with the commission, it changed over time and it got a lot stronger and better, believe me, and it's a very credible commission now. But I could see where this would limit participation by people having, and believe me, I think the police got, at least to some extent, unfairly beat up because of the position society demands of them when it comes to marginalized people. But I'm worried about this, and I'm going to struggle to support this particular composition. And I'll leave it there, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson, if you could take the chair.
Yep.
So I clicked off, and then this discussion's been really good because I think there are power dynamics and there are a variety of interests at the table, but I think the whole point in what you've designed is to make sure that all of the interests get to the table and hear each other, which is going to be hard, and it's going to require really good facilitation to make sure that happens, but and to coax it out in spite of some of those dynamics, but better to try to get that all on the table so that service representatives can hear concerns from public and public can hear operational realities from service providers, and go somewhere iteratively from that. That's the hope. That's my hope anyway. But I just want to test that that's how administration saw it in preparing this recommendation.
That's correct. For those of us that were able to sit and listen to the public hearings, it was tough to hear. It was eye-opening, and I think in order to listen and learn, you have to be at the table for that conversation. And if we play a role, if police, obviously police plays a role, the co-create is important. Otherwise, it becomes a challenge to get there.
Now, my sorry, Ms. Owen.
I was just going to say that nothing about us without us is a multifaceted concept.
Yes. And yet, yes. And in this case, though, we're not proposing to have council represented at this table.
No, but the recommendations come directly to
They do come back here, so that's how we'll stay connected to it. Yeah, I mean, I think we want knowledge, perspective, and creativity from 15 people who have an interest in better community safety and well-being outcomes for our city, regardless of where in the system they work or how they interact with the system. So I had read the bylaw as agnostic on a voting structure. I guess it's assumed that it has a voting structure, and I'm I was persuaded by that, and then I'm also hearing questions about that. Since the bylaw is silent on it, is there an opportunity, once we constitute the committee, for them to work through this question themselves? Because it may be that they decide that it's best for the agency appointments to function more ex officio. That might be a mitigation that would work for them, or perhaps they could get to a point where they decide, no, we want everyone to have a vote. Because I could see it going a couple of different ways, and we can make that decision based on a set of assumptions that we have here, or we could let the task force not spend months figuring that out, but answer that question for themselves.
So I'll maybe just jump in here. So council's the one that sets the parameters for its own civic agencies. If you want to approve the bylaw as presented, let the task force get up and running, and then they can come back with changes. But
Well, the bylaw doesn't prescribe voting or non-voting.
it should be prescriptive. If they are not voting members, they wouldn't be full members, they wouldn't count towards quorum, and they wouldn't be voting members. They would be advisory, and that's not the way that the bylaw is written.
Okay. Okay. I understand. Then, because it wasn't clear to me, but I guess that was because my assumption might have otherwise been that they'd be advisory, since typically they would be typically in the past, resources like that have been embedded as advisory, but it is, to your point, it is usually explicit. So, okay, well, we may need to either defer that question to the task force to work through, or settle that question here today. I think I get the sense it's an active question for some members of council, so there might be value. I can see a case both ways, so I'm going to seek wisdom from the Assembly here about how you want to proceed with that. But to get that, I need to take the chair back, so and go next to Councillor Henderson.
Well, I'm prepared to move the recommendation that we move first reading of the bylaw as it stands, and I'll speak to that in this question.
Second.
I'm sorry, who seconded that? I missed it, Mr.
Councillor Walters.
Okay. So, sorry, were you moving the recommendation or first reading? Because there's a recommendation in the report to proceed with the process outlined to do the recruiting.
Can we deal with the
and other
bylaw
things.
first? Because if the bylaw doesn't pass, there's no recruitment process.
Yeah, so it's first reading.
Okay,
of the
so
bylaw. Yep.
so first reading's up first?
Yep.
Thank you. That's before us. Councillor Walters, you're seconding first reading, just to be clear? Okay, so first reading's before us. Speaking to it, go ahead, Councillor Henderson.
I actually think the way it's structured right now, with all parties voting, makes sense to me, and precisely because it's not going to be easy. My experience with this is there's always a temptation to go, oh, if we put that person in there, it'll just be trouble. And you don't put them in there. And then they just come at you after the fact. I think ultimately it should work. Whether they can get the full consensus, I don't know, but our best chance of this being successful is that everybody has an equal onus and expectation on them to participate and to listen and hear from the others, and hopefully be creative about what the answers are, push each other, and this is just as much about making sure we get the right forces behind our community people as it is behind the expectations we have of the police and we have of ourselves, to be at the table and to come back with answers for us and to push through to that. And I think everybody has to be an equal partner for that truly to take place, otherwise people can back off the responsibilities that come with being a voting member. If you don't do that, I think the chance of us coming back with something that somebody will come at after the fact that won't have the sign-off either of the city or of the police. I mean, if a recommendation is going to come back that has the best chance of really creating the kind of fundamental change that we want, then this is the chance for the group of people that are in the room that can hear from each other and understand from each other to get to a place where they can all come back and say, we've climbed into each other's shoes, we understand what this is about, and these are things that are going to work. And I think you can't expect people to do that if they have a secondary status in the group, because they don't have to take that kind of responsibility. So obviously if something comes back to us that's deeply divided, it'll be something coming back to us that's deeply divided, and we're going to have to make a decision. But hopefully that isn't what's going to happen here, that we're going to put a number of diverse people with diverse interests together in a room and let them hash it out, and hopefully they can come back that works from all perspectives. And you can't, if you don't give people a vote, you don't give them responsibility. And they're not obligated to listen in the same kind of way, and they can go, oh, that's great, but I'm going to disagree with that after the fact. So I actually think this structure is right. I understand there's all, that we're imagining a worst case scenario. There's always the temptation to go, oh, we can't put that person in there because they're just going to be trouble. My feeling is that's exactly the person you need in the room. You have to have them at the table, because whether the best chance of them not being trouble is to give them voice and give them a real ability to have voice at the time. So I hope that rule applies just as much to the people that we bring in of the 10 public people as it does for our own people, that they're there to be challenging and to listen and to try and come up with real recommendations that are going to work for us. And I actually do, I think that's why this structure is right. I understand that there's nervousness about it, but it's precisely because of that nervousness that I think this is the right structure. Because if we want something gutsy and bold that's going to come back at us, we have to throw that gauntlet and challenge down to all the people that we put in here, including the 2 police people, including the 2 commission people, and including the two city people.
One commission person.
Sorry, 1 commission person.
Yeah, but your point's well taken. Councillor Esslinger is next.
Yes, I'm just speaking to this as a.
Yeah, we're speaking to first reading.
I actually didn't like having the police on this in the beginning, but I've listened and I've considered that, and I think now Katrin's comments about not to us but with us is important to have all the voices at the table, and that would include the police voices and the administration, because a lot of conversation will create understanding of each other's perspectives. And we talked about people that had lived experience, and I like to ensure we've considered all those experiences. So I think it does create a bit of a balance. It doesn't mean it'll be easy to come with recommendation. I think that's the work that we need them to deliberate on. So I will support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McKean.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I hope you'll allow me to contradict myself today and be a little all over the map.
I regularly allow that for you, Councillor McKean.
Yeah. Darn you, Councillor Henderson, got me thinking again. And so I remain a little bit concerned about the intimidation some people feel around the police. And you're right, Mr. Mayor, it will be up to the chair to set the stage there so that people can all participate. But I think what struck me is that the police have taken a reputational hit over the last couple of months. That is, I would, again, this is subtle, but I think it's largely undeserved because the police do exactly what society asks them to do. And it's going to be up to society at large to deal with these conflict points that are created between the establishment and people living in poverty, people living marginalized lives, people homeless, people dependent or addicted on substances, alcohol, or illicit drugs. All those conflicts the police are asked to deal with it. So, and you know what? They have a lot of expertise. And a lot of them have tremendous empathy. And a lot of them know the problems with, as the old saying goes, trying to arrest our way out of a problem that we cannot arrest our way out of. So I'm contradicting myself now, agreeing with Ms. Owen in particular and saying, yes, I do think there is a role for the police here. I worry a little bit about the police being unfettered to be able to give their insights and give their experience to this task force and not feel like they have to defend every rank and file frontline police officer that operates in Edmonton, many of them who are compassionate. many of them who have empathy, many of them who realize that police being the social service agency of first response is not right. So I'm going to take back some of my earlier commentary and agree with my two previous colleagues and say, yes, this is right. And I do think it would look pretty bad on us if we had a task force come out with a bunch of recommendations about the police and the police had no engagement or involvement or opportunity to provide their insight to this. So that's a long way of saying, I changed my mind. I'll be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was almost convinced, actually generally convinced by Councillor Henderson, but I still feel that there would be an amendment I'd like to make regarding the number instead of 2 and having it 1. So I think I would like to amend that bylaw 19407 be amended as follows: sections 7C and D, to delete 2, but to replace it with 1. So 1 for EPS, 1 for City of Edmonton. And I also could be, and to make up those 2, I would suggest we would then delete in 7B, delete 10 and replace it with 12 to just make up the additional 2 members.
Okay, so your amendment strikes 2 and changes it to 1 for the service and for administration, and also strikes 10 for the general public and replaces that with 12, so the overall number stays the same. So that's your amendment. Is there a seconder for that?
Was that seconded?
No.
I'll second it.
I'll second it.
Okay, Councillor Paquette
Give it to Councillor McKean.
Councillor Paquette has seconded it. Okay, carry on introducing it, Councillor Knack.
Sure, thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, I also agree with Councillor McKean that I think Councillor Henderson made a fairly compelling point, as did Councillor Essinger, I think, after, around why we might want to make sure they have the ability to vote. But also in the opening statement to the original bylaw, it was making sure that everyone has an equal say. And to be clear, the way the bylaw is currently drafted without this amendment, it gives 2 voting members opportunities for both EPS and the City of Edmonton. And I would also note there are a number of organizations, we had executive directors from organizations across the city who presented during that public hearing, who won't even be advisory members, who will be able to participate, but they won't have voting rights. So we don't truly have an equal table where everyone from every table will have a voting membership. There may be individuals who represent those organizations or who have worked for those organizations that make it on through the community membership. But I think we should, if we're going to truly approach an equal board, then everyone should have 1 vote at the table, not 2 votes in one area, 2 votes in another area, and then everyone else has an individual vote. Because I think it is safe to say the position of the City of Edmonton is not, there's not going to be a split amongst the voting members of the City of Edmonton, and likely not amongst the members of EPS. If either organization is taking a position, both members will now be allowed to vote in equal weight. And yes, they don't make up the majority, but it is still skewing the results. So I think I was originally going to amend this to say, put them as advisory roles, but based off what Councillor Henderson suggested, I am open to leaving in voting roles, but I want to make sure that it is truly every person has 1 vote and no organization is going to be outweighing others. So that's why I would put forward this amendment, to have it down to 1 from each, and then supplement that with 2 additional community members, who may of course be aligned with other groups and organizations too. But so I'll leave it there. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Now, we haven't done an amendment with a fresh speakers list with this system yet, so I'm not sure. What's up there is the speakers list from the previous motion, I think. So, and I've clicked on for the amendment too, but we're not on,
Before
so.
we do it, if it's helpful, Mr. Mayor, we can deactivate this and then reactivate for the amendment if that's helpful. Or anybody who wanted to speak to the first reading but not the amendment can just click off. Both will have the same outcome.
I think if you're not speaking to the amendment, if you can click off, which it looks like folks have done, then now the speakers list reflects those speaking to just the amendment, and we'll get you to click back on when we have completed the vote on the amendment. So thank you, Councillor Henderson, on the amendment.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to support this, and I'll walk through why. I think there's an assumption that we're making here in terms of how this group should work, that people will be there representing somebody. I think we're asking them to go there and take their experiences. And I think you're more likely to force the city person and the police person into being representatives of the police force and the city if they're the sole vote. On the other hand, if we want them there because we want a diversity of perspective, and ironically, if you want them not to feel isolated in another room, which is going to be just as hard for some of these people, you know, to be the sole police person in the room is not going to be an easy thing to be. And, you know, if we're really concerned about making sure that everybody has a voice and balancing power, I actually think this moves us in the wrong direction. That we are more likely, you know, I think the assumption that there's going to be unanimity between the two police people and there's going to be unanimity between the two civic people is probably an incorrect assumption. We're going to be putting them there precisely because they have different perspectives. There's no point in doubling the perspective from the city people. We want to have, I presume, this will be the city's position, that we would want to have people with different perspectives coming from a different place. That's precisely why you have two. And that the one person that's there is not going to be responsible for representing the entire city perspective. And I think the same is true of the police as it is here. I think we're worrying about something, if it breaks down to the point that we have these kind of votes become critical, then this is not going to work anyway. And we're not going to get back useful information and we're not going to get back useful recommendations. So I do think the balance was right. I understand the fears, but the fear should be not what happens if it goes wrong. The fear should be how do we get the right people and the number of people in the room to make sure it goes right. And I think the balance that has been put forward to us will give us our best chance of that happening.
Councillor Henderson, could you take the chair?
Yep.
So maybe a question, and then based on the answer, some thoughts. How many perspectives on community safety and well-being are there within our organization? One or more than one?
Many.
Okay, so that was my assumption. So building on what Councillor Henderson was saying, I too detect, and not to read too much into the premise of the amendment, an assumption that there would be a party line coming from any of the service providers or organizations that are presented. And my expectation for the commission representative, my expectation for folks delegated by the city manager, and my expectation as far as I can cast one for who the chief might choose would be that we want a diversity of thought and free thinkers to come forward who've been empowered to participate as a discussion evolves rather than come in from a fixed position. And if it's and so I really think if it's a deliberative task force, then it will certainly be of value to have two, and quite frankly, there's some value and redundancy too as things change. People come and go, their health issues, a variety of other things. It puts an awful lot of pressure on a single person. And the same argument could be made about the commission representative, though I think that there's there's a set of complexities around the commission's business, but there's a much deeper set of complexities around the service and a much deeper set of complexities around administration. And so I think the proportionality reflects that. But fundamentally, if you've got a power imbalance, you don't correct the power imbalance by disempowering folks who have power. You correct the power imbalance by increasing the power of the folks who've been underrepresented. And so if push comes to shove and positions break out, it's either 2-to-1 or 10-to-1, or 10-to-2 or whatever. And so I think that the underlying and previously recommended composition mitigates for those power dynamics by putting the balance of power very clearly in the hands of the public on this commission, but not resting within a sole representative of the service, the need to attempt to speak on behalf or reflect a perspective from the organization. And I, like Councillor Henderson, fear that a single person might be backed more into that than people with perhaps different perspectives from policing from within the service and different backgrounds, and likewise from city administration. And again, a bit of redundancy is important in a situation like this if there are turnover or unforeseen circumstances. So for a variety of reasons, I won't support this change and have been, and I won't speak to the main bylaw other than to say that I'm satisfied through this discussion that this can work the way it's been put forth. And also just note again that if there is a fatal flaw with it and the committee is ground out on it, then the chair can come back to us with proposed changes to the governance if that's necessary to move it forward. But hopefully it won't be, and the committee can drive for iterative consensus rather than hard positions. So let's design hoping for that and then adjust if necessary down the road. So I'd encourage members not to support the amendment. I'll take the chair back and go to Councillor Bankett.
Thank you. I am not going to repeat what everybody else said. To me, we want a fair representation from everybody. Even the contrary people, we think they're going to go one way or the other. And for a single member from any organization being there, it's probably not a true representation. We want not just a representation, we want a fair representation. And the structure administration came out with, to me, is a fair representation. We got 10 members from the community at large. So I think that's going to work itself out. So I am not going to support the amendment. I'll support the original recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Katarina.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and to the amendment, I think, and also to the main motion. My concern is that we've been speaking about sort of the unfairness of having the commission, the police, and administration there, assuming that they're going to go a certain direction, which I don't agree. My concern is more so the other 10 members, because I didn't hear anything during the main motion that those 10 members would be varied as well in their opinion. And just because they didn't speak at the public hearing, there's many people who do not agree in defunding the police department, and I'm included in one of those people at large that don't agree with the defunding. So the premise here, for me, doesn't make a lot of sense, both the main motion and the amendment. The Police Act is being looked at now, and that's the only way that we're going to get any further along this road. Anything we decide on will be based strictly on our ability to either say yes to a police budget or no to a police budget. We will have no influence on the Police Act on what their requirement is for police service to do and services that they are required to actually partake in. So with this, it's really awkward. I feel really awkward right now in that here we have amendments to things that as 13 councillors or 12 councillors and a mayor, we don't know anything about. Unless you can recite the Police Act to me verbatim and you actually understand it, I don't think any of us know what the consequences are to this. And one telling question is there's no other place in the world that we know of that is actually going this direction. We've had a new Minister of Justice that has actually commented on police reform and the Police Act, that they're going to be working on it. And I think that that's the appropriate place, once that's done, for us to have the ability to structure things in a way that will hopefully satisfy some people. But this, I get the impression that the population of this committee will be virtually those that spoke to us at the public hearing. And that is not the consensus from all Edmontonians. So I won't be able to support either the amendment or the main motion at this time. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'm hearing a lot of assumptions in this conversation that may not be borne out by reality one way or the other. I hear the assumption that if there are two members of administration or two members of EPS, that there'll be a voting block. But I'm also hearing assumptions that they won't be a voting block. So by very nature of making assumptions, they've got to cancel each other out. So that leaves us with, I think, a more important question, and that is one of public trust in the process. And, we've heard the phrase, nothing about us without us. And I think that that phrase is intended to be one that speaks to empowering those who have traditionally been disempowered, to give voice to those people who traditionally have not had a voice, and not necessarily about organizations or structures of authority feeling suddenly that maybe they don't have a voice, which they always do. They have access to media, they have organizations founded entirely for their support, on and on and on. So while I personally think that individuals will discuss, debate, and vote according to their own conscience and their own experience and their own knowledge, I have to think about what the public perception is. And the reason that's important is because you want the public to trust the process. There's nothing stopping organizations from having multiple members in an ex officio capacity, as we see is going to be happening with the anti-racism committee. And so that's why I'll support this amendment, simply because the perception of fairness and the perception of giving everyone a voice and the perception that there isn't going to be a voting block, whether that would ever bear out or not, I personally think it wouldn't. But the perception is very important here. And this is about law and order. This is about safe communities. This is about trust in the system. And this is about taking a look at a decades old, maybe centuries old approach in many people's mind to policing, whether that's true or not, but that's the perception, and transforming it into something that serves everyone. We have to remember that the defund word is meant as a negotiating anchor, but the real spirit is a transformation in a good way that doesn't exclude anyone. And so, playing politics aside, this is simply a conversation about delivering a task force to the community that they can have faith in. And part of having that faith is that feeling that, you know, some organizations are not going to be getting 2 votes. And that what matters in that is if it was a helping organization, I would say like maybe it's not such a big deal. But when it's an authority organization, then it becomes a question of debate in the public's mind. So that's why I will be supporting the amendment, not because I have any doubts about people's motives or the way that they would debate or vote, but simply because I want the public to know that we're doing everything in our power to deliver something that they can believe in. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Walters.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So I'll try to be brief. I appreciated your language about the assumption of a party line, which was good articulation of my gut feeling for why I wasn't going to support the amendment. So I won't support the amendment. I think administration, under some real-time pressures, has thought this through very well and provided us with a proposed composition for this bylaw. So I see no reason to tinker with it today. So won't say much either when it comes to the main motion, other than I do appreciate Councillor Caterina's position, and that we need to be careful about creating expectations beyond our own legislative capacities here at the municipal level. So I won't speak to the main motion. I'll support it, but with that caution. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone further on the amendment to adjust the composition? Not seeing any. Let's, well, Councillor Knack to close on the amendment.
Sure. Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll speak to it, even though I gather through what I've just heard that it's not going to be successful. With that said, I'll share just a few more comments and then also address the main motion, because I expect this will end up failing. And I do appreciate the points that have been raised. There is a lot of talk about assumptions, and I think to a degree that actually probably was in the back of my mind a bit, and that's the wrong reason to make an amendment on that. Ultimately, the intent was actually based off what Councillor Paquette was talking about, trying to make sure that there will be trust across the board in the process on something it's not meant to be contentious, but it's going to be challenging. There's going to be a lot of different ways we're going to, I expect we'll see some very interesting recommendations, recommendations that may challenge our way of thinking, may ask us to reconsider how we've thought about things for some time. And so because of that, I wanted to make sure that there was a process that when people were looking at the makeup of the task force, that there wasn't an assumption, back to this assumption piece, that there was going to be any particular way of proceeding. So recognizing that this is likely going to fail, I will just echo what you said, Mr. Mayor, and I do actually truly believe, because I heard it during the public hearing process from the police chief, that we're not going to do the status quo. I think he said many times in the public that what we've done the last 20 years is not what we're going to do the next 20 years. I think he's used that exact phrasing. Likewise, within our administration, I don't get the impression that we're going into this thing, oh yeah, everything is perfect 100% the way it is. That's obviously not the case either. So I actually do feel confident, based off what you said, Mr. Mayor, that we are going to see people with different perspectives brought forward and put onto the committee by both EPS and the city, and that will help only strengthen what comes out of the final recommendations. I hope, I actually don't believe that they're going to go in and look at this as a fight. I think everyone's going to go into this looking at how can we make sure we're improving community safety and well-being as an overall collective. So while I still think this would be a better membership based off the amendments, I will have trust in all of the groups who are coming forward to be a part of this. I trust, I'm going to put a lot of trust into the chair to make sure that everyone is being heard, that nobody feels like they have a situation where they can't speak freely. And so overall, I think, and so this amendment isn't made because I dislike what administration brought forward. I think the overall bylaw was excellent, particularly being done in such a short amount of time. I will support the overall bylaw, even if this particular amendment doesn't pass, just with those comments sitting in the back. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Please vote on the amendment.
Good to go, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote. That is defeated 3-10. So now we're back to the main motion. There was a speakers list on that. Okay, thank you. So were there folks still wishing, I think we sort of got some of it out of our system there, but anybody else before I go to Councillor Henderson to close on the bylaw? Going once, going twice. Councillor Henderson to close on first reading.
Yeah, I just want to add one thing, because I made most of my point at the beginning, but I take Councillor Katarina's point that in coming up with the citizens piece of this, we also need diversity there, and I think, you know, I was making some assumptions around that, but there's a body of people in our city for whom safety is critical in different kinds of ways, and I think we just need to make sure that if it's going to be successful, that there is full diversity there as well. So I think that was a really important point to how this is put together that we need to keep in mind as we go out and do this. So with that being said, I'm fully in support of this, and I'm thanks to the administration for putting it together this quickly, and I think if this goes as well as I think we all hope it will, it could be truly exciting.
Thank you. Please vote on first reading of bylaw 19407.
Good to go, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Display the vote. And that's carried 11-2.
I move second reading of item 7.3.
Second.
Thank you. On second reading, please vote. We'll deal with the recommendation after we've done all the readings.
We're good to go, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Display the vote. Carried 11-2.
And I will move consideration of a third reading of item 7.3.
Second.
To allow third reading to proceed, please vote.
Good to go, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote. That's carried.
And I'll move third reading of bylaw 19407.
Second.
On third and final reading, the bylaw to establish the Community Safety and Wellbeing Task Force, please vote.
Good to go, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Display the vote. And that's carried 11-2.
And I will move the recommendation, although the first part of the recommendation is the first item of the recommendation is now redundant, so I will move recommendations 2, 3, and 4.
I'll second those. Anyone wishing to speak to them? Not seeing any. Please vote on the recommendations 2, 3, and 4 as set out in the report.
Good to go, Mr. Mayor.
And display the vote. And that's carried 12-1. Okay, I'll take the motion to go in private now to deal with 9.1 so that we can...
Oh,
Sorry? We still got motions pending, right, okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes?
I meant to vote no on that. I
Okay.
apologize to council.
So you're a no on the recommendations consistent with the other votes? Okay, I think we can have the minutes adjusted accordingly.
My apologies.
If there's no objection. Okay, all right. So why don't we take our 3:30 break here now, and then we'll come back with 8:1, then 9:1, and we should be able to finish up in decent time here today. So let's, we stand in recess until 3:45. I need coffee.
sorry, I'm here. Yep.
Hello.
Sorry. There.
Councillor McKean.
I'm here.
Thank you. Councillor Nickel. Councillor Nickel. Okay. Trying to get him back on the line. Councillor Paquette.
I am not sorry that I am here, but others might be.
I'm glad to have you here. Councillor Walters.
Present.
Hello?
Thank you. Is that Councillor Nickel?
Yes, sir.
Okay, welcome back. Councillor Banga.
Never left.
Super duper. Councillor Cartmel.
Present.
Hello. Councillor Katarina.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Zadig.
Here.
And Councillor Essinger.
Good afternoon.
And Councillor Hamilton will doubtless join us shortly, but she's not back yet. Her things are still here though, so that bodes well. All right, so we will turn now to item 8.1. Councillor Knack's notice of motion on testing of rapidly deployed traffic safety measures. Please go ahead and introduce your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just a slight wording change in section 1 based off a conversation with Councillor Esslinger. So the motion would read that Administration 1 develop a toolkit instead of criteria for communities to identify locations and initiate testing of rapidly deployed traffic safety measures that leverage the use of temporary equipment and structures, example, traffic cones, curb extensions, barriers, etc., that do not require significant roadway maintenance or upgrades as a result of their use. The program will utilize one-time funding from the Traffic Safety Automated Enforcement Reserve not to exceed $200,000 in 2020, with a target implementation of early 2021. And 2, report back in the fourth quarter 2021 on learnings and recommendations for inclusions in the Safe Mobility Strategy 2021 through 2025.
Now, just before I accept the motion, that does have budget implications in the current year, if you're hoping to have that implemented to the tune of 200,000 in the current year. So even though it's drawn from the reserve is already spoken for. So
my understanding is that amount is available based off conversations with administration.
Okay, and then just an interpretation from the clerks about whether that needs to be made explicit as a budget amendment or if it's a redirection within.
So I was hoping to get a chance to just check in with the city manager on that. It is a budget adjustment for this year, and if the funds are available, just give me 2 seconds to confirm with the city manager. The city manager would like there to be a budget adjustment for that.
Okay, so just it's the framing of the motion that the budget be amended to reflect that change. So I'll accept the motion as it is right now, so we can start debate, but recognizing that we'll seek some alternate wording and a friendly amendment to just make crystal clear that it does have current year budget impacts, and so we just have to paper that, but and make it explicit. So but pending, understanding that wording change is pending, I'll take the motion to get started with here. Is there a seconder for that?
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Essinger. Okay, so carry on now introducing the motion, Councillor Knack.
Appreciate that, and thank you for that, Mr. Mayor, and appreciate the wording needed to be worked out for that. So a few comments on this. Part of the purpose of this motion, you may recall that Council many years ago had the Community Traffic Management Program, which had some fairly high bar in order to be able to make changes within a community. At the time, we were suggesting somebody would need to get support of 2/3 of their community in order to change a local speed limit, as an example. And over the years, we looked to try to make changes to that to provide an opportunity for communities to take a bit more of an active role in helping to address traffic safety concerns. And for a variety of reasons that we won't need to go over today, we never really did redo the community traffic management program. And I think the Safe Mobility Strategy is going to talk about a lot of things later this fall. But I'm sure I'm not the only member of council who has communities across their ward that are still dealing with a variety of traffic safety concerns, whether that's speeding traffic or a whole host of other issues. And the issue they're running into and that we've run into is that we don't have any real resources to fund low-cost solutions. Most of what we do are higher-cost solutions, things like crosswalks, and even the painted lines and some signs are typically a little bit more and require a bit more effort. So I was hoping to see if we could put something forward and through discussions with our Director of Traffic Safety, wanted to see if we could come up with something that would allow our administration to purchase a lot of these lower cost solutions. I used a few examples, whether those be concrete curb extensions, different barriers. The City of Calgary's been using the concrete curb extensions on their roads for some time now. They're low cost, easy to put in, you don't have to drill anything in, and yet they have a pretty substantial impact on how traffic safety is being dealt with on the road. So they're not speed bumps where we run into snow removal, they're not anything else like that. And the reason I use the word toolkit is because, frankly, MIN doesn't have the resources in terms of staffing to be able to go into 40 different communities and address these sort of one-off issues everywhere. So this would ideally allow us and allow communities to do a bit of engagement, to look at the different options that are available in that toolkit, and then to quickly deploy some measures that would help address some of the immediate concerns. We're doing a lot more work around local speed limits and crosswalks in a number of areas, but this is a gap that has existed for some time. I don't see my time anywhere, and I didn't start it, Mr. Mayor, so maybe I'll stop here, take questions, and then I can speak to it in closing at a later time.
Sounds good. So we'll open the speakers list for questions.
Councillor Esslinger is next. We're just getting it up on this.
Thank you. Councillor Esslinger, go ahead.
Thank you very much, and thank you for this motion. I think I immediately think of traffic calming, and I think I still wear the scars on that one. I guess, is your hope to make it more nimble for communities to see a problem, work through a process in order to add some of these temporary measures, and how long is temporary?
So first answer, yes. Second answer, we use the word temporary for traffic calming is a bit odd because I don't necessarily, sorry, my Bluetooth is about to die. So the intent wouldn't be to have to take these out 3 weeks later. They could be there for a while. They're temporary in the sense that we don't need to drill them down and spend a lot of time and money on installing electronics, for crosswalks.
Okay, and this message is for administration. Is your hope that, or by creating criteria, this will be for community leagues to perhaps apply for? And I guess my worry is the voting, which was really setting neighbor against neighbor. How would you address that in the criteria? How you would do that?
Councillor Esslinger, it's Gord Sebrick. I'll respond a bit and then have Jessica jump in. I think the intent was that we would have this as one of the components within the mobility strategy, the safe mobility strategy. It's right at this point, though, we haven't worked through all the mechanisms of how it would work with the community, but certainly the feedback we got in the residential speed discussions was that this was one of the concepts that we wanted to employ across the city. But we are still in the process of including that in the safe mobility strategy and developing the logistics around that. So I'll just get Jessica to add a little bit.
Good afternoon, folks. As Gord mentioned, one of the items that will come forward as a part of this strategy is a neighborhood traffic safety activation program. This is something that we would strongly consider a community being a partner in the work. that we look for solutions together, and that those be a combination of the tried and true solutions, but also new and creative ways to activate our neighborhood spaces to address traffic safety concerns. So that strategy is to be coming forward to you folks by the end of 2020 for your conversation and input.
So do you envision this kind of criteria fitting in with that strategy and allow you to do the work you want to do anyway?
We would be developing a program from the Safe Mobility Strategy along with the associated funding that would come forward with it. This is a piece that contemplates that sort of rapid deployment, and based on the timelines, maybe a bit more of a challenge for us to do in advance of the strategy coming forward. But we do actually see this work being part of the larger, more holistic piece of the strategy itself.
Now, I often hear from neighborhoods, they wish there was a stop sign here or a speed bump there, and they live there, they've seen what's happening. Are you going to be allowed to be nimble enough that it might not fit all transportation requirements, but it would fit neighborhood requirements? Would that be possible in something like this?
Councillor Esslinger, I think the intent is that we are flexible to allow those exact things that you're talking about. I think the one thing we want to try and do is make sure that the process is set up, that we are able to respond to communities without creating divisions in the communities. And I think that's the big key, is that we make sure it's going to work to the residents' benefit and not create more challenges for them.
Thank you. I think nimbleness and responsiveness are key here. Thank you very much. That's all.
Thank you. Councillor Katarina.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and to Administration Agord. The way I read this now is not to exceed the 200,000 in 2020 with a target implementation of early 2021. So you need the money for 2020, or you need the money for 2021? And this goes to, I guess, the principle of this is a budget adjustment, but the motion doesn't tell me that you're going to be implementing in 2020.
Sorry, I thought you said that was to administration, Councillor Katarina? Not me.
I did. Yeah, to Gord or to Jessica.
Councillor Katarina, I can help on this one. We would need funding released in 2020 to start procurement of some materials. We don't have the host of things we might need in our supply right now in order to mobilize early next year to get the work moving.
So would this be one time? You understand this is one time that you would take it out of 2020? You wouldn't be asking for an additional 200,000 in 2021?
From what I understand from this motion, it would be one-time funding. And again, that might look differently in the program that we bring forward in the strategy. So I just want to differentiate between those two pieces, this particular motion being one-time funding.
Okay, it's one-time funding. And you said the safety strategy report is coming at the end of 2020. There doesn't seem to be any definitive opinions right now of whether this strategy would be part of your strategy coming forward or not, whether this would be helpful or not, whether this would pit community after community. $200,000 for 300 communities, which I think would all believe that they would have access to some or all of these tools. That's pretty problematic. Again, we're setting expectations up that we cannot deliver.
Councillor, it's true that we would not be able to get to every traffic safety concern in neighborhoods in a year. Certainly, either this particular motion or the program that would come forward in the Safe Mobility Strategy would be a start. And one that certainly we would want to put priority behind. We've heard loud and clear from our many channels that focusing on neighborhood traffic safety concerns, in particular those outside of neighborhood renewal process, is a priority for people, and that will feature greatly in the Safe Mobility Strategy.
Right, and I guess, I think we're saying the same thing, but differently, is that everybody will expect this. Everybody has the same issues. $200,000 doesn't seem to be enough money to alleviate all the concerns from all the neighborhoods. So I can see this. Are we going to have a pecking order, priority, scream the loudest? How are we actually going to decide who is going to be able to use these types of tools versus everything else? And given that this is a budget decision, is this the appropriate time now? You will be coming forward at budget requesting whatever you're going to be requesting. And I'm sure that it's not going to be only $200,000 for your safety strategy overall. So this, I think, throws a fly in the ointment that I think many of us could probably pick 10 or 20 neighborhoods that they have that require exactly the same service or concerns.
Is that a question to the mover?
No, still to Jessica.
Councillor Katerina, I see that Gord's just jumped back in. I think he was having some technical issues.
Councillor Katerina, I think this is a motion that's being moved by Councillor Knack. It's requesting us to advance certain items. Certainly it's something that's in line with the program objectives that we are developing. Ms. Lamar referred to coming back with the strategy. The advice that we've provided through the desire for this motion is that this would be the best mechanism, and it includes developing the criteria to your earlier question of how do you determine. And so that's work that we still need to do as part of this motion.
Okay, and then to the mover, rather than putting a price tag, why wouldn't you just move that they develop the criteria and then put a number to it that would actually be satisfactory to everybody concerned in the city?
So I'd love to do more, but based off some preliminary conversations, this was a reasonable amount that could easily be deployed to purchase equipment. And not take away from the broader strategy work that's going to happen. So yeah, I actually wanted to do 500,000 or $1 million early on, but just based off the advice, felt like this was the right thing to do to at least begin working on something that hasn't been dealt with for a couple of years.
Thank you.
Are there other questions? Okay, well, let's loop back around with clerks for wording that just reflects the formal adjustment to the budget if this is to pass. So what can you recommend, Madam Clerk?
So I've just put it in the Google chat for the councillors, so if I can just read it in, or if Councillor Knack has it, if he can read it in, whichever you prefer, Mr. Mayor.
Sure.
Or
I can read it back in.
Sure.
So the new wording is that the Parks and Roads Branch 2020 operating budget be increased by $200,000 with one-time funding from the Traffic Safety Automated Enforcement Reserve not to exceed $200,000 in 2020, with the target implementation of early 2021, to fund development of a toolkit for communities to identify locations and initiate testing of rapidly deployed traffic safety measures that leverage the use of temporary equipment and structures, i.e. traffic cones, curb extensions, barriers, etc., that do not require significant roadway maintenance or upgrades as a result of their use, and that administration report back in the fourth quarter 2021 on learnings and recommendations for inclusion in the Safe Mobility Strategy 2021 through 2025.
Is there any objection to the restatement of the motion with those administratively recommended adjustments to the wording? Hearing no objection, then Councillor Henderson, if you could take the chair. Just got one question.
Will do.
Thank you. So Councillor Knack, the report back in 1 year's time, just so I'm clear about the building on the resource conversation we were having, does 200,000 buy a year's worth of starting this and testing it and seeing how it works, and then the report back would be in a year, in Q4 of 2021? Is it Q4 or Q1 of 2021? It's Q4, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so is the 200,000 earmarked now sufficient to cover activity for essentially next kind of warm weather season in your
Yes.
estimation? Okay. And is it on a pilot basis, and this is reporting back? I mean, you haven't used the word pilot, but this is to get something started, and then where it would rest ultimately, and what would be the correct scope of this going forward would be something that would be reviewed a year from now?
Yes, I didn't use the word pilot for a reason. That my intent was that it would be adjusted based off what we learned, but I worry about the use of pilot at times, and
Yeah.
I didn't want to have it in this one.
Me too. That's fair. And Ms. Lamar, then is this something you would have been looking at anyway? Or Mr. Seabrook?
Mr. Mayor, this is a bit more narrow in scope, perhaps, than what we would be contemplating in the safe mobility strategy. We would like to look at something that's a bit more holistic, goes outside of the rapidly deployed measures. We would like to include them in the toolkit, of course, but I would like to have a bit more of a wide net than those, and it does mean that we need to develop that criteria that Councillor Katarina was talking about. We'd be using the evaluation and analysis mechanisms from the safe mobility strategy. That's crash analysis, equity analysis, to make sure that we are able to prioritize the right places with the right measures. And so one of the pieces of this is that we do have recommendations in the strategy coming forward. You folks would be getting looks at that, sort of mid-fall, that contemplate pieces of this, but are wider than what is contemplated in this motion.
And when is that coming back to us again? The broader strategy?
Yeah, it should be released publicly sort of late September, and for committee and council discussion in November.
Okay. Given that, Councillor Knack, what is the urgency of beginning this now, given what we've just heard about a bit of a broader framework coming forward around this, willingness to look at the rapid deployment measures as part of that broader strategy for implementation next year as part of the broader strategy? What is the urgency of this if it's for next year anyway, and is potentially could be part of that broader strategy?
A few things. I think we've been waiting for now about 5 years for replacement for the community traffic management program, and each time we were supposed to have one, it never ended up being able to be deployed the way we would have hoped, or in a way that would have worked. And that's not, and I should be clear, I'm not suggesting that's what's going to happen with this safe mobility strategy. I'm quite confident what's going to come back, but I think we need, if I've learned anything during the last couple of months, is that we have the ability to be a little more nimble and a bit more rapid in addressing some very smaller issues that don't require as detailed of a process as some of the other things that are going to be included here. So I just frankly have been having communities who have waited for years for anything, and I don't want them to have to wait anymore, even knowing that they're going to wait a few more months for implementation on this. But I want to make sure they know that there's going to be some opportunities for action quickly.
Okay, and I guess my other question back to Mr. Seabrook and Ms. Lamar is, if there are a bit of extra resources in the reserve, would you have other priorities you would be recommending from a budgetary point of view? So notwithstanding this is consistent with the broader program objectives, if there's $200,000 to spend or more above and beyond what was previously approved for deployment from the reserve and the proceeds of automated enforcement, would you have other recommendations that this particular move might get ahead of?
So, Mr. Mayor, there are a number of components to the strategy that do require funding that hasn't been determined yet. So as part of the safe mobility strategy, we would identify what we would propose as priorities for council debate, and then based on that, then the subsequent pieces would be procured through amendments in the budget and prioritization through the budget process.
Okay, thanks. I'm out of time. I'll take the chair back, though, and I think on the first round, Councillor Henderson and Councillor Paquette are up next.
Well, I'm just wondering, I understand, Councillor Knack, that you don't want to lose this piece, but I'm wondering, rather than taking it away right now, if it would be useful to refer it to come back with the report. So it won't get lost. I don't think I'm guessing that doesn't mean it would happen any faster. But if we're dealing with a larger report, of which this could well be a piece that we want to focus on, I'm just wondering if it'd be easier to deal with under those circumstances. Any thoughts about that? Because I don't think it would affect the timing, and you wouldn't lose the motion.
If, to answer your question, what I worry about is, so the intent of creating a toolkit was to allow communities to go do a bit of work themselves. And my worry is if we wait until November to then say, yes, go do this, the equipment itself might not be come any quicker, be deployed any quicker, but it's then development of that process. And it feels like we've constantly pushed back the development of a process in the community traffic management program for now 5-6 years, and I'd like to give communities something quick that they can do that doesn't put a lot of pressure on the city. So I'm uneasy about pushing it back because I think the record hasn't been that we've been able to do what we said for communities on traffic safety. And again, that's meant there's no.
Yeah, no, I sympathize. I'm just trying to imagine if the target implementation is until 2021. I presume that the implementation would include whatever discussions we would have with communities. And I'm just trying to imagine, Ms. Lamar, or Mr. Seabrick, what would be different? I mean, it sounds like this is work that you will be making part of the recommendations that will come back. This would be one of the things we would have in our toolkit, correct? I mean, making
that's correct. That's correct, Councillor Henderson. And I think Ms. Lamar's earlier comments is this would be one piece of almost a broader toolkit for neighborhoods.
Well, then I guess the question where I'm getting, if this is likely to be part of that larger toolkit anyway, it does seem to me there's advantages to you being able to get going with this piece sooner rather than later. If it's something you think will be a question mark when you come back with the full report, then that's a different issue. But if this is going to be one of the things you're going to be asking for in that report anyway, and this would allow you to start thinking about it and organizing for it now, but if it's counter to something you're going to be bringing us in the fall, that's a different question.
So, Councillor, I think it will be part of what we're bringing forward. I just don't know how much actual progress we would make on it this fall in terms of specific work in a community. Right now, it's really building that process so that we can make sure the communities and the residents have the tools that they need to action it, and we still don't have all of that sort of sorted out. Maybe Ms. Lamar can add a little bit to that.
I think one of the challenges at this exact moment of progressing this work in advance of the strategy is that it does present some challenges for our 2020 work plan for completing the work that we already have in progress for this year under the traffic safety work plan, in addition to finishing the strategy and bringing it forward to you folks for discussion, all of which need to happen in the next few months. So there is a bit of pressure there to progress this work in advance of that.
So it wouldn't, in actual fact, give this a head start, or if it did give it a head start, it might come at the cost of something else being later. Is that what your concern is?
That's accurate, yes.
Okay, thanks. That's very helpful.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, so those were good questions from Councillor Henderson, and they echoed what I was going to ask. I guess I would just add on to it by, I'm just curious. So the worry is that communities couldn't be mobilized fast enough in order to take advantage of this before the rollout of the larger plan. Am I hearing that correctly?
Councillor, is that a question for me?
Yeah.
Certainly, there are very short timelines between now and the end of 2020 in terms of engaging the public. And of course, throughout the Safe Mobility Strategy, we have noticed some challenges with doing that, given COVID and the competing priorities that people have right now. I don't think that we would have significant progress with working with communities in 2020. That would come in 21. If this were to move forward, the work in 2020 would be procuring and making sure we have in place a variety of materials so that we actually have the physical things we'd need to go in action in a variety of ways, some rapid traffic safety calming devices.
Okay. Thank you. I guess my concern here about delay is that, knock on wood and say your prayers, but if anything terrible were to happen that was likely preventable through this kind of program, and people say, well, why is the city not doing more to promote community safety? And then our response is, oh, we are. It'll roll out at the end of 2021. And their question will reasonably be, are you telling me you couldn't do anything sooner? And so I'm just wondering if that's the situation we're in, or if you see it a little bit differently.
So, Councillor, just to clarify, we weren't saying that we wouldn't do anything till the end of 2021. We would do the work over the course of the winter with the intent of initiating the work and the engagement with communities in 2021 so that the toolkit could be used by communities in 2021 at the start of the spring season.
Okay, so within the same timeline, this is where I'm getting lost. Like, what are the differences in timelines here between the motion and what you had already had on your docket?
So basically, right now we would be building the process in 2020. We wouldn't actually be doing any work with the communities in 2020. We would have that once we have the safe mobility strategy. That would give us the time and the resources to do the work with the communities in person and have the mechanism in place for the communities to deliver on their part.
Right, but what's the difference in timelines in real terms?
At the end of the day, we would still be actioning all the actual implementation in 2021, so there would be no real significant difference.
So this motion would not accelerate any of the work. It would just, and it's something that you're already doing. So you're saying that this motion is redundant and that even if passed, it would make no difference to your workflow.
I don't think it's redundant, Councillor. It does give us a little bit more direction in terms of what to specifically include in the safe mobility strategy. But that would be part of what we will bring back to you later this fall, as Ms. Lamar indicated.
Okay. In terms of community safety, though, this is where I want to be crystal clear before I make a choice on this motion, because frankly, I like this motion if it increases community safety. And I guess I just want to a pretty clear analysis here of whether this motion will increase community safety at a more rapid pace than what you already have planned.
Councillor, at the end of the day, it really won't change when the public sees anything out on the streets. So it does support it, but it doesn't accelerate the actual implementation.
Okay, so either way, whether it passes or fails doesn't really matter, is what you're saying. So if we pass it, it offers more direction. If we don't pass it, then there is the lack of direction that is specific to this motion.
I don't think there's the direction would come when we bring back the safe mobility strategy and council has a look at the whole strategy and provides input at that point.
I'm out of time. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Essinger?
I would be on a second round.
Okay, as would Councillor Katarina. So I need a motion for a second round of questions.
So
I'm happy to.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson's got it. You want to second that, Councillor Essinger?
Second.
Or, okay. Is there any objection to a second round of questions? Not seeing any, then we'll carry on. Councillor Essinger, go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify something I heard, because the intent of this motion, I thought, was to get a toolkit out to communities for them to work with themselves and get access to some of these temporary safety features. But what I heard you say was you were going to work with communities, and that is the problem that happened with traffic calming. We want to simplify the process that community can own. So could you just clarify that? I'm a little confused now.
If that's a question to me as the mover, the way you've just stated it is exactly what I meant, that it would be empowering communities, not having us as city constantly going in.
So, Ms. Lamar, is that, just please help me understand, because you were talking about you were going to work with communities, and I think that's where we bogged down before.
Thanks, Councillor. One of the implications of empowering communities is that we need the toolkit, we need staff resources to help support decision making, and we have limited resources. And so it is about trying to prioritize which projects can move forward and making sure that the pieces that are chosen to be action do support safety and don't cause any concerns. There are many back-end implications of these pieces that need to be taken into consideration. So if it was a toolkit to empower the community, it's important to know that there are also pieces of work administration needs to do to underpin that to maintain safety.
But all this motion seems to me is to say, to make sure we have something in place to go forward, because I, like Councillor Knack, have felt that we've been talking about this for a long time. So if we have a motion, at least it'll be in the strategy. Is that the way you would interpret it?
Councillor, that would include it in the strategy, but as we indicated that this would be part of the strategy and was always the intent to have that, this will basically make it very clear that this is to be part of the strategy.
So it would give us comfort it's going to be there, but you were thinking it probably would be there, but this would assure it would be there, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Katarina.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. From the line of questioning, I can see that the administration is extremely uncomfortable in articulating what I've understood all along here, and that I would ask the mover to think it friendly to make this referral to when the report comes. And I think that we discussed it and made the point today that this is something that could be useful in the toolkit. Whether 200,000 is useful enough for all Edmontonians, I don't believe so at this point, but I think if we get the safety strategy back, we can either adjust that number or move it up in priority. We can't compare this to anything else. And the question of would this make it safer? Everything that we do would make it safer if we intended to, but this doesn't seem to have that effect at this point, and seeing administration being extremely uncomfortable in speaking to councillors, not to offend us, but what I understand is that this motion at this point should not be a priority or setting any priorities until that safety report comes back in a couple of months. And it's been said that whether it does or doesn't move today will make no difference on the implementation. So I think we'll have a much more robust conversation when the time comes appropriately for it. So I don't think 200,000 does anything to the mover.
So you're moving, is that a question, or are you moving referral?
Well, if Andrew would like to withdraw and move referral, I'd offer that. If not, I'll move referral tied in when the report comes back, that we can see all the tools in the toolbox all at one time.
Okay.
And give it the right funding if necessary.
Councillor Knack?
I would prefer it be made as an amendment. I don't consider it friendly at this stage. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay,
so Councillor Katarina, your motion is to refer to the motion on the floor to come back with the
safety strategy
that's coming forward this fall?
That's correct, yeah. And just a clarification on that, Mr. Mayor, you asked a question. I thought the answer was the end of September. I've heard September, November to November now. I'm not sure. Jessica, can you confirm when this report is coming?
The report would come for discussion in November, but the draft strategy will be out in late September.
Okay, so we're going to have the draft that we can all look at the end of September. So I would refer this to the end of September when that draft notice comes out, and we all have a chance to look at all the tools at that time.
How about I give a second?
Okay, Councillor Nicol has seconded that. I think, if I can intervene as chair, that it makes sense if it's not to be dealt with today, rather than it will start the discussion of the draft strategy via this motion, if this motion comes, which is part of the issue already, but that would happen in September, and that would get out ahead of the community engagement around the draft, I think, and bring speakers in and so on and so forth. So my suggestion is that if we refer this, that we refer it to November when the report's actually coming to council.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, I'll agree with that, and I think that that's the best, is the referral, regardless of September or November. That's when we should be having this discussion.
Okay, yeah, it's just more an agenda management suggestion. Yep. So if that's, just see if there's any objection to the date being November and tethering it explicitly to the other report that's coming back.
And just to confirm, that'll be coming through committee to council.
Yeah, so the motion on the floor would be referred to committee to be dealt with, cross-referenced with that strategy. And then
much better.
Committee can make a recommendation, and it'll all be prior to budget, so. Okay.
Agreed.
Okay, so that's the referral motion, and trust that's still satisfactory to the seconder. So, questions on referral? Debate on referral?
Mr. Mayor, sorry, I'm putting it in.
Councillor Knack, go ahead.
Thank you. Very much appreciate the thinking behind bringing this back in September, but honestly, I've grown pretty tired after now almost 7 years of waiting for some solutions that can be quickly implemented within communities for traffic calming measures. We had a process through the community traffic management program that even when somebody finally did hit the threshold, we didn't implement it for them. And ever since, we've been waiting for replacements that have never materialized. And I appreciate that we have a set date for a strategy to come back, but we also had set dates for all of those other reports for the last couple of years. And I think we sometimes overthink some of our challenges, and I'm really looking to see if we can create one other tool to help communities and get this implemented quickly. So, like we saw with shared streets, that was, we didn't spend a lot of time developing a process, and we were able to quickly put them in and address concerns. And so I think referring this back just continues to push down the road an issue that I don't think there's ever been adequate resolution for. And I have And now I'm at the point at 7 years, I have nobody to blame other than myself as a member of council that's been on. Like for me personally, I'm blaming myself for having this issue take so long to be dealt with in a way that I feel would be helpful for communities. And so I while it may seem minor, waiting 2 and a bit more months for something, I'm not confident that if we keep pushing this down that we're ever going to get something in. So I'd rather just deal with it now. I'd rather give communities some clarity that there is going to be a plan and that we can do some low cost, simple, quick things that fill in a gap that currently exists, because the only other solutions we have are expensive, and they require, we have multi-year long waiting lists for crosswalks. It's 8 years long for crosswalks. That's years long for other things. Can we get something that can go in within a couple months of some community engagement? So I don't want to push it back anymore. And I appreciate why you're requesting that this be referred, but I'm done waiting on this. So thank you. I can't support referring.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councillor Essinger?
Yes, I'm going to vote against referral. I too am tired of waiting, and I was thinking if we pass the motion, we'll ensure that it happens to that safe mobility strategy, because it has been pushed off, and I don't think the safety of our residents and how they feel about their neighborhoods is minor. I think, and the more we go through the pandemic, we've demonstrated we can be nimble. We're just asking, I think this is asking for a program that allows communities to see what's happening on the ground and be nimble, and the sooner the better for me. So I will not support referral.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson?
Yeah, I was tempted to vote for referral and to move it, but the more I think about it, I don't want to send the signal that I don't support this. I don't want to send the signal that I think that this is ultimately not the choice we're going to make. I think it is the choice we're going to make. I think it's going to be part of the strategy going forward, and if this allows any sort of ability to move forward on something that I think your hearing is long overdue, I just can't. I mean, usually I would say this wouldn't be a good way of governance, but I support this, and why would I wait to support something in November that I'm fully prepared to support now?
Councillor Paquette?
Yeah, I'm of the same mind. I won't support referral simply because it's something we can do, we should do. It's not the most ideal way to move forward, but it is moving forward, and it's something that communities have been crying out for a long time, and we know that, and it's something we can do. Is it perfect? Well, the whole point is to perfect it. So I'm in support of the main motion, and I don't support this referral. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Banga?
Thank you. Just hearing arguments from everybody. $200,000, 300 neighborhoods. Administration stated that they're coming back with safe mobility strategy, and I know they're coming out with all the tools in the toolkit kits, and the priority they are supposed to be bringing to us. Whether this is going to be priority number 1 or is it going to be priority number 5 or 10. So to me, this seems like bringing it now seems like a patchwork. And again, it's jeopardizing the whole sense of report coming back with administration's recommendations. Yeah, we waited for 7 years. I don't see why we can't wait for another 2 months. And at least then we know that we are going to adapt a holistic approach in a methodical way. So I would support the referral, but not the main motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson, if you could take the chair.
Yep.
Couple things, governance-wise, we really need committees back, because this is very challenging for council to have to work through these questions. And our capacity to sort of iterate proposals and policy work is really limited by doing it through this format. So I look forward to having committees again that will help us do this kind of thing. Governance-wise, also, I can certainly see both perspectives here, and part of me wants to say, let's bring this all forward with the strategy, and also allow administration to bring a particular initiative in this vein forward as part of that strategy. I would prefer if that was the direction in the underlying motion. Was to make sure this is included in the strategy if we feel that it's important, and also bring recommendations for what the right dollar amount should be, because I really don't feel like I have at all the right information to determine that at this point. So I feel it's premature to give the policy direction and the program specifics. I would rather have that in the context of the broader strategy. That said, I have concerns about the underlying motion as well, given that I think that, you know, there might be another option here where either a different motion that says do the work to build this program and build it as part of the strategy and bring us recommendations for funding levels and begin to develop the toolkit. Because if the principle, and I've heard this from the mover, is really to do the toolkit because we want to go in this direction and have a better answer for the shortcutting issues and the local safety issues, then let's just give that direction and leave the other implementation details and how it fits in the larger strategy and the needs assessment to come as part of the strategy in November. So I think I'm tempted to vote for referral because I'm concerned that the motion isn't quite right. But what I'm going to do is, even though again, this is not easy to steer at council, I'm going to not vote for referral because I think there are some adjustments we could make to the motion that would allow some work to continue. It's occurring to me there's another way to do this too, but I'll stick with my first instinct here, which is, so I'm not going to support referral, but I do think that we could give some direction for some work to happen, and I don't want to lose the opportunity to do that because I think administration has shown that nimbleness. I think those needs exist in community, and I'd like us to signal some forward motion on this, but not try to design the whole program either. So I'm not going to support referral, but I'm also going to suggest there are some adjustments we could make to the underlying motion to keep this in play, and then also still have its implementation come back as part of the larger strategy. So I won't support referral, even though I'm watching the clock here and we've got other stuff to do. So I think Councillor Essinger, you've already spoken on the question of referral. So is there anybody else before I go to Councillor Caterina to close on referral? No? Councillor Caterina?
Mr. Mayor, if I don't want to make this difficult, if you could maybe outline what the change to the motion could be without a budget item, I might be prepared to withdraw the referral.
Yeah,
hypothetically.
I think if the underlying motion could direct the preparation of the toolkit and the inclusion of rapid prototype or rapid deployment mechanisms as part of the strategy, and bring back recommendations for to budget for implementation in 2021 as part of the implementation, I think that would allow the toolkit to work and some intentions to be developed, but also the needs to be fully scoped out in the broader context of the strategy.
Okay, I fully understand that, and I fully agree that this takes it out of making a decision on dollars at this point in time, and I think that the dollar amount is low and is probably going to end up being higher. So if the mover can nod that he's prepared to change the main motion to reflect what you've just said, I could withdraw this motion.
Okay,
The referral.
the nonverbal cues are in the affirmative, so I'll check from Councillor Knack. So is there any objection to the withdrawal of the referral? On the premise that there'll be an adjustment to the motion? Okay, so the referral is withdrawn. Councillor Knack, would you take some adjustments to the motion then in that vein that takes the budget pressure off this and puts the emphasis on integrating what you're suggesting in the strategy and bringing forward some implementation recommendations from administration as part of the broader strategy and budget?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I'm good with that.
Peace in the valley. Right on. Okay, administration, what we could do, here would be my other proposal, is that we pause on this item and go and deal with the other one while some alternate wording is drawn up, and then we can bang them both off when we come back in public. Is that okay? That'll just give us some time to write up some wording, not on the fly. Okay, can I get a motion to bring forward 9.1?
So moved.
Thank you, Councillor Walters. Seconded by Councillor Henderson. Please vote. And of course, we'll come back to 8.1 after with some fresh wording. Yes, I'm in favor of bringing it forward. Sorry, my machine went to sleep. Display the vote. That's carried unanimously.
I will move to go in private.
Thank you. Subject to Section 21, disclosure harmful to intergovernmental relations, SHA,
Second.
and 24, advice from officials. Thank you, Councillor Walters, for the second. Please vote to go in private to hear the Homelessness and Social Disorder Intergovernmental Update Verbal Report. Please vote.
Councillor Anderson, would you like to vote? We're good to go, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Display the vote. That's carried. So